And here's our Beth Shetland, part of our gang. Congratulations to you all on a job well done. And that was the Blake family with the Under the Moon flock. At this time, we would like to turn it over to some of our Tunis representatives before we kick off the National Tunis Show here this afternoon. And with us, we have Sally Barney.
Thank you very much. Before we start the National Tunis Show for 2015, we would like to remember two Tunis exhibitors and Tunis breeders who've done so much for the Tunis sheep and for the Breed Association. And we lost these two Tunis shepherds this year. We would like to remember Jim Dunham from West Liberty, Ohio. Jim joined Tunis a little late. He joined Tunis when he married his lovely bride, Louise. And Jim and Louise were the faces behind Darling Tunis. And Louise was usually the one out in front that you would meet first off, and Jim was the man behind the scenes. And I can say that on behalf of Eastern States Exposition and the National Tunis Sheep Registry, we express our sincere sympathy to Louise, and would like to say that we are pleased that Jim was such a promoter of the Tunis breed and such a promoter of Tunis youth. And the one thing that you would know that Jim would always do was support a cause on behalf of youth. And I think he's probably given more money to buyer's credits for youth than any man I know. And every picture we see of Jim, and you'll see some in the booth over to the side, usually it's Jim not only with a Tunis, but with a child. And we remember Jim, a lover of Tunis, a lover of youth, and a great Tunis shepherd. We'd also like to remember today Joe Seavey. Joe and his wife Joan from Canton, New York, were the faces behind 1.43 Acres Farm. And we are sorry to have lost Joe this year. Joe was not new to the Tunis industry, but has been one of the backbones of Tunis in the Northeast. Tunis were primarily a northeastern part of the United States breed until the 90s, when Tunis moved west and became very prominent out in the Midwest, and are very prominent there today. But it's those Northeast breeders that worked for years to keep the National Tunis Sheep Registry going, to establish many of the programs that are still in existence today and being enjoyed by a wider group of Tunis exhibitors than just here in the Northeast. Joe was highly significant, again, in working with youth. And he did establish and take care of our Tunis Scholarship Program for many, many years. Joe raised 4 lovely daughters, Joe and Joan, lovely daughters who all exhibited Tunis. And we would extend to Joe's family, Joan, Jocelyn, Jasmine, Jennifer, and Julie, our deepest sympathy from Eastern States Exposition and also the National Tunis Sheep Registry. At this time, I'd like just to take a moment in silence to remember Jim Dunham and Joe Seavey. Thank you very much.
We want to welcome everybody around the ringside here to our National Tunis show here at the Big E. First, we're going to introduce our judge today is Doris Powell from Rome, Pennsylvania. Doris has judged the National Tunis show before. She's done national sales, judge from coast to coast. From Rome, Pennsylvania, she has a noted background in sheep with a famed Rambouillet flock, been involved with Cheviots, and of course a Shropshire flock as well. So let's give Doris a nice welcome back here this afternoon to judge our National Tunis show. Those of you around the ringside, if you'd like to follow along, we have programs are available. They're over here on the bleachers. They have a yellow cover on them. Pick one up. You can follow along our show here as it goes on through the day. We did bring these rams into the ring, and in each of the classes, we're going to be bringing in the oldest is always going to be placed to the judge's right side, and the youngest in each one of the classes will be to the judge's far left. Once each of the classes have been placed, we're going to share that information with you, but we also weigh the top three from each of the classes. So we'll have a chance to get a weight on them, and then if you look out here in the ring, you'll see somewhere around their waist or maybe a shirt collar, they'll have an exhibitor's number. And that exhibitor's number corresponds to the information in the book. So folks, if you forgot to put one on when you came in, make sure the next class you get it visible, because we have not only a nice crowd here today watching our show, but we're also webcasting this internationally as well. So we want to make sure you get the recognition due. Troy, slide over to Debbie.
Very nice class of Tunis yearling rams to start the day off and the National Tunis show off with. The ram that I've started the class with, just a big, massive kind of a ram that's got really good color about his head. It's got a really nice breed character about that head. When he moves out real free and easy on those feet and legs. He's also got a lot of top in him. He's very square out over that rump. The ram that I've got in second place, another very long-sided ram, a ram just a little more conditioned today than I'd like to see, but still a very nicely put together ram, a ram that doesn't have quite as much natural thickness down through that lower leg as what I've got in my top placing ram, but another ram that fits easily into second place. The ram that I've got in third place, another very long-sided ram, a ram that's got a lot of extension up through the front end, just not maybe the overall mass and body capacity that I've got in my top two rams. The ram that I've got in fourth place. Another ram is a very long-sided ram, a ram that's got some extension up to the front end. Just doesn't have quite the size and scale or the overall length from that 13th rib back that I've got in my top 3 lambs. The ram that I've got here in fifth place, another long-sided lamb, a ram that just gives up some of that total dimension down to that top area and down to that lower leg. Thank you.
Congratulations, exhibitors, on a nice class of yearling rams here to begin our day. Let's slip over to the scales before you get out of the ring. We weigh the first 3 in each of the classes, and we're going to recognize that information here directly as we give the results back to you. Here's the placings on our Tunis yearling ram class. The first place honors went to Brianna Taylor, Half Pint Farm of Shirley, Massachusetts. That was ring 397 on Half Pint 42. The winning ram weighed 259 pounds and was sired by Windsong Farms 149 and dammed by Small Fry Continued 17. In second place, we had ring number 400, exhibited by Gregory Loper, Red Barn Farm from Nunda, New York, on Shambo 470. He was a son of Jet 1226 and weighed 265. In third place, we had Best Tunis, Josie Best. Ring number 393 on Josie Best 4130, sired by Renew You 236, and he weighed 220. Fourth place honors went to the William Kearns flock, Windsong Farms from Harvard, Massachusetts, ring 399 on Windsong 190. Fifth place was ring 398 from Swartz and Talley, Tunis of Hunt, New York, ring number 398 on S&T 2001, and he was sired by Barnes Farms 5710. Our sixth place yearling went to the Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering flock of Unity, New Hampshire, ring number 394 on RET 271. And our final ram in the class was exhibited by Boulder Creek, Tunis, Penobscot, Maine, ring number 396 with Darling 1402. And following along in our book, if you have the page open, it will read at the top 7, then 1 with the weight at 259, 3 at 220, 5, 4, 2 with the weight at 265 pounds, and 6. We have lots of sponsors that are helping us with our show today, and we want to recognize these as the show goes on. Our first one, class winner, each one of the class winners are going to get a special award, and Bruns Tunis, John and Irene Bruns of Maria Steen, Ohio, presented the award for the first place yearling ram, and we appreciate their efforts as well as all of our sponsors here this morning.
In our Tunis Fall Ram Lamb class today, we've got a nice ram that start the class with, a ram that's got a lot of thickness down through his top. He carries out very square out over that rump area, very long from that 13th rib back with a good color, breed character about that head. The ram that I've got in second place, appearing to be a longer sided ram, but not any longer in that hind saddle than my top placing ram, not giving up some of that total dimension down through that lower leg. The ram that I've got in third place, another very long-sided ram, a ram that has a lot of extension up through that front end. He blends in very nicely in that neck and that shoulder area, just doesn't have quite the overall thickness from front to rear that I've got in my top two rams. The next ram I've got another very complete kind of a ram that's just a little smaller in his stature today, not giving up some of that size and scale to compete with these other three rams ahead of him. Thank you.
We'll call that pair of yearling rams back here to the ring side. We're going to select our senior champion, reserve senior champion ram. We also want to recognize the Morning Star Farm, Lisa Knight from Thompson, Connecticut, who offered the added bonus prize for the first place senior ram lamb. And both first and second place honors in the senior class were won by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. The first place ram was Riverwood 6247, and he weighed 196 pounds. The second place ram, Riverwood 6248, the twin brother to the class winner, weighed 193. Our other two entries in the Senior Ram Lamb class, third went to ring 405 from Swartz and Tally, Tunis. On Big Walnut Livestock 1501, he weighed 202, and in fourth was Lisa Knight from Pet Services with Morningstar 005. And reading that page from top down, 2 at 193, 1 at 196, 4 and 3 at 202. And competing for our senior champion honors with the two Riverwood Senior Ram Lambs is our class-winning yearling Ram, bred by Brianna Taylor, and the runner-up in that class was exhibited by Gregory Loper.
For our senior champion Tunis ram today, we've got a yearling ram that's a big, powerful kind of ram. He has a lot of extension up through that front end. He's got good breed character about his head. He's very thick made all the way down through his top and down through his lower leg. Our senior ram lamb, directly behind him, another ram that's got some extension up through the front end. His shoulder and his neck blends in very nicely together. When you get your hands on him, he's very long in that hind saddle. Very long in that loin with a lot of thickness down through the lower leg. Today I'm going to use our yearling ram for our champion, senior champion, and I'm going to come back here and use this fall ram lamb for our reserve. Thank you.
And our class is complete. The class of lambs that we're now working are all born here in the month of January of this calendar year. The winner of this class, in addition to premium money, is also going to win an added prize donated by Busy Corner Farm. The Lou family of Covington, Massachusetts was the bonus sponsor in this particular class. And we will recognize those sponsors as we go throughout the shows today.
In this January Ram Lamb class, I'll start the class with a ram that has a lot of extension up through the front end. He's very long from that last rib back, and when you get your hands on him, he's got a lot of top in him. He moves out nicely on those feet and legs. The ram that I've got in second place, another ram that has a lot of extension up through the front end, gives up some of that total overall length of body that I've got in my top placing lamb. Not quite as much natural thickness down through that lower leg as what I've got in my top lamb. The lamb that I've got in third place, another eye-appealing lamb. When you profile this lamb from the side, he's got a lot of thickness down through his top, just not quite as long a sided lamb as what I've got in my top two. The ram that I've got in fourth place, another very long-sided ram, a ram that's got a lot of extension up through the front end, a ram that just gives up some of that total dimension and thickness down through the top and body capacity that I've got in the rams above him. The next ram that I've got in fifth place here, another ram that's a very long-sided ram, just not the overall mass and size and scale that we've got in the rams above. Thank you.
Congratulations, exhibitors, on a nice class of January Ram Lambs. Once again, that added a bonus prize came from the Busy Corner Farm, the Lou family of Cummington, Massachusetts. And giving you the results here in our January Ram Lamb class. We'll start out in first place was ring number 407, bred by Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering on RE2 272, and he weighed 172. The second place Ram Lamb in the class was ring number 412 from Brianna Taylor of the Half Pint Farm in Shirley, Massachusetts, on Half Pint 49. He was sired by Bruins Tunis 812 and weighed 154 pounds. Our third place ram in class was ring number 408 from Connor Priest of Ludlow, Massachusetts, bred by Kyle Harris with Harris 416. He was sired by Woolmark 623 and weighed 140. Fourth place was ring 411. Jenna Loper of the Red Barn Farm in New York with Shambo 500. He was a son of Shambo 351. Our fifth place ram lamb, ring number 414 from the Aaron Lou flock, and that was Busy Corner Farm with Darling Tunis 1500, and he was sired by Joker Darling 1109. And our sixth place ram lamb of the show was an entry from Kyle Harris of Ludlow, Massachusetts, ring number 413 on Harris 418, code red. And he was another son of Woolmark 623. And once again, reading from top down on that page, it will read 3 at 140, 1 at 172 pounds, 4, 2 at 154, 6, and 5. The winner in this class is going to receive a special sponsorship prize given by the Gary Tunis flock of Illinois. The Garys are also sponsoring the one for the pair of yearling ewe class as well.
in this February Ram Lamb class. I've started the class with a ram that's got a lot of thickness down through that top. When you get your hands on him, he's very long in that hind saddle. He's very square out over that rump and carries on down through that lower leg. The ram that I've got in second place, perhaps a little more extension up through that front end than my first place lamb, but a lamb that gives up some of that total thickness down through that lower leg compared to our top placing ram. The ram that I've got in third place, another ram that's a very tall-fronted kind of a ram that just doesn't have the overall thickness down through his top or out over his rump area is what I've got in those top two rams. The next ram, another lamb that closely follows the pattern of our third place ram, a ram that just doesn't have quite the overall mass and size and scale that I have in my top lambs. The next lamb here that I've got in fifth place, another ram that's a very long-sided ram, a ram that just doesn't have the extension up through the front end or doesn't have quite the overall thickness down through that lower leg that I've gotten in our top class. Thank you.
Good job, exhibitors, with that nice set of February Ram Lambs. We'll get the weights on them, and we'll give you the results here momentarily. And once again, the Gary family from Illinois is the proud sponsor of the February Ram Lamb class. Those of you around the ringside, we welcome you here this afternoon to our National Tunis Show. The Tunis breed is one of a dozen different breeds of sheep that will be judging in here this second half of our Big E Week 2 Sheep Show week. So we're glad to have you around here watching our sheep show. There are a lot of things going on in the complex at all times right now. We have a shearing demonstration just to the north end of our building here that's ongoing. We have a wooden building right here behind us. We encourage you to walk through. It's called the Fiber Nook, and if you'd like to learn about some wool and fleece, see some yarn, or buy some good roving or even raw fleeces, they are now for sale. The wool that was in competition is posted on the west side of the Fiber Nook. So be sure and step over there and take a look at the winning fleeces. Also in competition, we have several breed displays that are up and down our main street here. Our center aisle, which is right here to the east side of the show ring. We had 6 people won prizes and awards of several $100s, so we're glad to have them participate, and we thank you for the good job you did. Stop by and you'll learn more about not only their flocks, but about the promotion of their breed and agriculture here in New England. This is our class of March Ram Lambs. They were all born March 1st in order. The oldest lamb is to the judges right in the class, and the youngest lamb is to the far left. And added a prize and award is going to be given in this class on behalf of Woolmark Farm, Dwight and Sally Barney of Lee, New Hampshire, were the generous sponsors of this class.
In this March Ram Lamb class, I've got a very nicely balanced ram to start the class with. A ram that when he walks, he moves out very nicely on those feet and legs. He's got some thickness down through his top that carries on down through the lower leg. The ram that I've got in second place, another very long-sided ram, a ram that's very long from that 13th rib back. When you get your hands on him, he's a very thick-made kind of a sheep and moves out very nicely on those legs. The ram that I've got in third place, another ram, not quite as long a sided ram, not quite the overall mass and size and scale that we've got, but another ram that's a very complete made ram when you get your hands on him. The ram that I've gotten in fourth place, another ram that's a very long-sided ram, a ram that just gives up some of that total dimension down through that top and through that lower leg compared to the lambs above him, but still another lamb that profiles very nicely. The ram that I've got in fifth place, another ram, not quite as long a sided ram, not quite the overall size and scale, but again, once again, he's one of the younger lambs in the class, and he's put together a very nicely made ram. Thank you.
Our slick-sheared Ram Lamb class is sponsored by Kyle McCauley from Acklam, Pennsylvania. And Kyle is also sponsoring the pair of Ram Lamb class as well, which will follow this here momentarily. Here in our March class, first place went to Anna Charest. Ring number 427 was Small Fry Farm Continued. on small fry 71. Our class winning ram weighed 147 pounds. The second place ram, ring number 428, was bred by Darling Tunis, Jim and Louise Dunham of East Liberty, Ohio, with Darling 1515. He weighed 144. In third place, ring 433, bred by Wendy Cameron of Lathea Farm in Middleborough, Massachusetts, on Lathea 264. He weighed 129. Fourth place, ring 432 from James Cameron with Lathea 266. And in fifth was ring 434 from Schwartzentally Tunis of Hunt, New York with S&T 1914. Sixth place, ring 426 from Josie Best. And seventh, ring 430 from Lisa Knight.
In our slick shorn ram lamb class, I'm starting the class with the smaller of the two of these rams, but a ram that's very smooth when you get your hands on him. He's put together very smoothly. He's very long in that hind saddle and just very smooth put together. The ram that I've got in second place, a bigger framed kind of a ram, but a ram that's just not as nicely and tightly put together. And the package is what I've got in my top placing ram. Thank you.
Let's get those two weighed. We need to weigh those two March, or the two slick-sheared ram lambs. That slick-sheared ram lamb class was won by Schwartzentally Tunis, ring 431. And that lamb weighed 120 pounds. Runner-up was ring number 436 from Boulder Creek of Penobscot, Maine, with Boulder Creek 1503, a son of Darling's Outlaw. He weighed 125. Our pair of Ram Lamb class is sponsored by Kyle McCauley of Ackland, Pennsylvania. This will complete our pair of Ram Lamb class, and we'll judge and pick our junior champion rams for the show here directly before we select our open show champion ram. In our pair class, Riverwood Farms from Powell, Ohio, placed first. Second place honors went to Anna Charest of Small Fry Farm Continued of Brimfield, Massachusetts. Third place honors ring 447 from Brianna Taylor's Half Pint Farm, and in fourth place was Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering of Unity, New Hampshire, ring 442. Fifth place honors to Lathea Farm of Middleborough, Massachusetts, and in sixth, Josie Best of Unity, New Hampshire. Kyle Harris from Ludlow, Mass. won the seventh place honors, and it was followed in eighth by Lisa Knight of Pet Services in Thompson, Connecticut. The ninth place pair went to Swartz and Talley of Hunt, New York, and Boulder Creek, Tunis, Penobscot, Maine rounded out the class in 10th. And if you're following the book, we will go to the first page. We'll read down 6, 5, 2, 1, 7, 4, and 8. And page 2 is 10, 9, and 3. Troy Staples, we need your second place slick-sheared ram lamb here, please. Boulder Creek.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for a nice set of junior ram lambs out here today. Today I'm going to just come back here and I'm going to use my March Ram Lamb for our junior champion. I just think that he's a complete package. You know, you get your hands on him. He's got a lot of thickness in him. He's very long in that hind saddle. He stands well on his feet and legs, and he handles very well. For the reserve champion, I'm going to go up into our February class, and I'm going to make him a reserve, another lamb that's got a lot of thickness in him and a lot of length of body. Thank you.
Our junior champion ram went to Anna Charest, Small Fry Farm continued, and Half Pint Farm. Brianna Taylor with your reserve junior champion ram. Here competing for our grand champion ram honors, we'll recognize our 4 bucks here in the ring. Our first place yearling and senior champion ram was bred by Brianna Taylor. Riverwood Farms from Powell, Ohio, with the reserve senior champion ram on a fall ram lamb. And Anna Charest of Small Fry Farm Continued was the exhibit of our junior champion ram and Brianna Taylor, Half Pint Farm with our reserve junior champion. Our grand champion ram of the show is going to earn a couple of added prizes. One's donated by Big Time Tunis, Mike and Kathy Neese of Ottawa, Ohio. And the ladies of Tunis are giving away a banner for the reserve grand champion ram here. So Half Point Farm will get an award. In the senior champions and the back here on our reserve grand champion, again, the ladies of Tunis are going to be offering a reward to the reserve overall champion ram.
For our champion Tunis ram today of the National Tunis Show, I think we've got good representatives of the breed out here. Today I'm just going to go up here and I'm going to use the senior champion ram. I just think he's just a complete package. He's got good color, he's got good breed character about his head. He stands well on his feet and legs, and he's got a lot of thickness that what these sheep need. For the reserve champion, I'm going to follow with our reserve junior or senior champion ram, our fall ram lamb, just a closely follows the pattern of our champion ram. Congratulations to you all.
Once again, competing for the champion honors here in our junior show, we have the yearling ram was exhibited by Brianna Taylor. Jeremy Yoakham's Chickering with our next class ram lamb winner, and Brianna Taylor Half Pint with the junior ram lamb class winner.
For a champion ram in the junior show today, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to use this yearling ram. Like I say before, he's just a very complete package. He's got a lot of thickness in him. He's got a good breed character about that head. For the reserve champion, for me, it gets a little tougher between the second place yearling ram and the ram lamb here behind the champion. Today, I'm going to use this ram lamb right here for our reserve champion, another very long-sided lamb that's got some thickness down through his top. Thank you, and congratulations.
Once again, congratulations, Brianna Taylor and Jeremy Yoakham's Chickering with your reserve champion ram of the junior show. Once again, to the best-headed Tunis ram, we have an added prize has been given by H.B. Day Farm, the Homer and Brenda Day Farm of Stanford, Kentucky. The winning ewe in this class is going to receive an added prize to their premium fund from the Cornsick Hollow flock, Scott and Becky Odlin of Ivanhoe, Minnesota. And they're granting the sponsorship award here for our first place senior yearling ewe. We welcome those of you around the ringside here to our Saturday afternoon activities here at the Big E. This is our second breed of sheep today, our fourth here since we started yesterday morning. We have more breeds ahead of us, and we invite you back to watch our shows here throughout this next week. The Tunis breed of sheep that we're currently judging is a very popular breed of sheep here in the nation. It's gaining popularity and stature amongst all breeds in a very rising path. So they're just a very gentle-natured animal and one that's farm-friendly. The animals are very easy to raise. They're great mothers. They're really a good farm animal to have on hand, and they do a great job of converting hay and grass into good red meat and put lamb chops and leg of lambs on your table. The Tunis breed came from Tunisia, Africa, and it first came over to the United States in 1799. Was the first importation of the breeds, and in the late 1800s it became very popular down in the Carolinas, and one of the prominent flocks then moved up to, in the late 1800s, into the state of Indiana, where there's about as many Tunis in that state as there are in the United States. If you'd like to follow along our show here, we've got programs are available over at the bleachers, and you can follow along the bloodlines and the pedigrees and the addresses of the owners here of these the exhibitors out here in our show today. Along with sheep shows here in the building, we've got some displays down our center aisle we encourage you to go take a look at. The Fiber Nook, the little wooden building right here behind us, has lots of nice craft items inside, things that can be made from wool and have been made out of wool. You can buy some kits, get yourself some roving, or if you'd like to buy some yarn. And now we also have fleeces are for sale as well. Momentarily, we have a goat milking demonstration that's going to kick off down here towards the north end of our complex, located on your way to the butter sculpture. Like you exhibitors to bring our yearly news on up here, tighten up the line so we can get you a little bit all closer here together, and we're going to move these first animals pulled out then over to the side a little further to give our judge a little more room here in this large class.
Start this class of Tunis yearling ewes with a very nice profiling ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of extension up to that front end. I really like the way that her neck and her shoulders tie in with the rest of her body. She's a very level topped ewe. She moves out very nicely on those feet and legs when she's on the move. The ewe that I've got in second place, a little deeper body kind of a sheep that doesn't profile quite as nicely as my top placing ewe, but another ewe that handles exceptionally well, as she's got a lot of thickness down through her top that carries on down through her lower leg. The ewe that I've got in third place, a ewe that's not quite as big a framed ewe as my second place ewe, but a ewe that handles very similar to her in the fact that she's got a lot of thickness down through her top, very long from that last rib back. The ewe that I've got in fourth place here, another ewe that's got a lot of extension up through the front end, just maybe not quite as level a top kind of a ewe, not quite the overall natural thickness down through that top is what I've got in my top three ewes, but a ewe that fits easily into the fourth spot. The ewe that I've got in fifth place, another ewe that you really have to like her for her overall length of body, a ewe that just gives up some of that total dimension and total thickness down to that rear hind quarter there. Thank you.
Congratulations, exhibitors, on a real nice Group 1 senior yearling ewe class. We'll weigh them and share them results. And also the winner in that class got an added award given by Corn Silk, Hollow Scott and Becky Odlin of Ivanhoe, Minnesota, donated the bonus prize for that class. Here's the placings of the Group 1 Yearling U and winner of the Cornsill Colo added award. The first place Yearling U was ring number 469 from Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio, with Old Glory, Hal 1519. Our class winner weighed 206. The second place U in class, ring number 467, was Riverwood 6172, a daughter of Caleb Barkley, 12100. She weighed 220. The third place U in class, ring number 459, was shown by Swartz and Talley, Tunis, on RQL 14302. She weighed 200. The fourth place U in class, ring number 466, was Gregory Loper, Red Barn Farm, with Big Walnut Livestock 146, and a daughter of Big Time Tunis 1216. Fifth place was ring 449 of Josie Best Tunis, with Josie Best 1231. Sixth was ring 461 with Brianna Taylor's Half Pint Farm, with Half Pint Farm 41, bred by Windsong Farms 149. In seventh was ring 463 from Lisa Knight, Pet Services of Thompson, Connecticut, on McCarty 411, out of McDonough 68. The eighth place U in class was ring 456 from the Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering program in Unity, New Hampshire, on RET 268. Ninth place, ring number 462 from the Gregory Loper flock, Red Barn Farm, West Shambo 443. 10th place, ring 455 from Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering on RET 267. Our 11th place Group 1 Yearling U was ring number 458 on Connor Priest of Ludlow, Massachusetts, with Harris 405. And in 12th place was Boulder Creek Farm, Penobscot, Maine, on Boulder Creek 1401, and a daughter of Darling 1306 Outlaw. 13th place went to Barbara Hillsgrove of Altamont, New York, ring 454 on Josie Best 1228, and rounding out the class was Connor Priest of Ludlow, Mass, with Woolmark 640. And sharing those from the top down, we start with page 1 is 3 at 200, 13, 5, 6, 9, 10, and 7. And our next page was 14, 4, 2 at 220, 8, 11, 1 at 206, and 12. The winner in this class is going to receive an added award given by Morningstar Farm, Lisa Knight of Thompson, Connecticut.
Once again, a very nice class of Tunis yearling ewes here in this second group today. The ewe that I'm starting the class with, a ewe that when you get your hands on this ewe, she's a very complete package. She's got a lot of extension up to that front end, but she's still got a lot of top in her. She's very thick all the way out, very square out over that rump. The ewe that I've got in second place, a tall appearing kind of a ewe that's got some thickness. She's very long from that last rib back. She starts to give up some of that thickness down through that lower leg, but when you get your hands on her, she's a very straight made kind of a sheep. The ewe that I've got in third place, the ewe not having quite the extension up to the front end. She's carrying a little more condition maybe today. She's got a very thick top in her, but then she gives way and gives just not as much thickness down through that lower leg as what we've got. The next ewe we've got another ewe that's a very tall, clean-fronted kind of a ewe that blends in very nicely the shoulder and neck area, but a ewe that just tends to shorten up when you profile this ewe, not as long from that hind saddle as what I've got in my top three ewes. The next ewe I've got another ewe, a smaller frame kind of a ewe, but when you get your hands on her, she's a very complete made kind of a sheep. She moves out very free and easy on her feet and legs, just not quite as big a package as what we've got above her. Thank you.
Here's the results of our Group 2 yearling ewe class. And once again, it had a special prize for it from Morningstar Farm of Connecticut. And our class-winning yearling ewe was shown by Kyle Harris of Ludlow, Massachusetts, ring number 470, on Sally Woolmark 642. The winning ewe weighed 169 and was the daughter of Darling 1305. The second place yearling ewe in class was exhibited by Josie Best Tunis of Unity, New Hampshire, ring number 450 on Josie Best 4329. She weighed 174 and was sired by Renew You 236. Our third place ewe in class, ring number 475 from the Brianna Taylor Half Pint Farm song, out of Windsong Farms 149, and was half pint 45. She weighed 174. And in fourth place, we had Anna Charest with Small Fry Farm Continued, ring number 473 on Small Fry 60, a daughter of Bruins Tunis 812. Fifth place, ring 471 from Swartz and Tally Tunis with S&T 2008, and a daughter of Barnes Farms Genetics 5710. Sixth place went to Boulder Creek Tunis, ring number 474 on Boulder Creek 1404, and a daughter of Darling's Outlaw. Seventh to Wendy Cameron, Lathea Farm of Middleborough, Massachusetts, ring number 476 with Lathea 252. And in eighth place, we had Joe Garcia, Strafford, New Hampshire, ring 472 with Darling 1413. The ninth place ewe in class was exhibited by Anna Charest, ring 479 on Small Fry 62. 10th place honors, ring 477 from Wendy Cameron, followed by Joe Garcia, ring 478. 12th to Kyle Harris of Massachusetts, ring number 480. And 13th to Ryan Cameron, ring 481. And reading that down for you, those of you that are keeping track here in the score, we have 1 at 169, 584, 6-3 at 174, and 7. And on our next page is 10, 13, 11, 9, 12, and 2 at 174. Boulder Creek Tunis, Troy Staples of Penobscot, Maine, is the family that is sponsoring the award for our slick-sheared yearling ewe class in the Tunis breed.
In this class of slick-shorn yearling ewes, started the class with a very nicely balanced ewe, a ewe that's got some extension up through the front end, a ewe that's got some thickness down through her top that carries right on down through that lower leg. The ewe that I've got in second place closely follows the pattern of my first place ewe, a ewe that's got some thickness down through her top. She's got some length overall body and from that last rib back. The ewe that I've got in third place, another ewe that you have to appreciate for the extension that she has up through the front end and the smoothness of her body from front to rear that we've got in this ewe. The ewe that we've got here in fourth place, another ewe I'd maybe really like to change the way she moves out on those feet and legs in the back. A ewe that's just not quite as thick a made kind of a ewe as what we've got up above her. The next ewe that I've got, a ewe that is just not quite as massive as what we've got and some of the ewes above us. She's just not quite as thick a made kind of a sheep as what we've got up on the top end of the class. Thank you.
Good job, exhibitors, with a nice class of slick-sheared yearling ewes. Go on and get the weights of the first three, and we'll begin lining up our pairs of yearling ewes. We'll just bring these pairs right on around the ringside here and keep everybody off the cement. We've got more to come on in. Our slick-sheared Tunis yearling ewe class and recipient of the Boulder Creek Tunis sponsorship award went to Darling Tunis, Jim and Louise Dunham of East Liberty, Ohio, ring 487 on Westcott, 1406. She was sired by Barkley, 8105. The class winner weighed 180. The runner-up in that class went to Jenna Loper, Red Barn Farm of Nunda, New York, ring 485 on Red Barn Farm, 1010, sired by Shambo, 563. The runner-up weighed 166. Ring number 465 was third from Boulder Creek Tunis of Penobscot, Maine, with Darling 1405, a daughter of Darling 10. She weighed 156. The fourth place slick-sheared yearling ewe was ring 483, exhibited by Josie Best Tunis on Best 4123. And our fifth place honors to the Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering Flock of Unity, New Hampshire, ring 484. And in sixth place, Anna Charest Small Fry Farm, ring 490. And that class will read on the page from top down at 2 with a weight of 166, 4, 1 at 180, 3 at 156, 6 and 5. Our pair of Tunis yearling ewe class was won by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. The second place pair of yearling ewes were exhibited by Connor Priest of Ludlow, Massachusetts, and the third place went to Swartz and Talley, Tunis of Hunt, New York. Fourth place honors to Anna Charest, and in fifth place was a pair from Gregory Loper of New York. The fifth place pair were shown by Josie Best Tunis, and in seventh was an entry from Brianna Taylor. Eighth place honors went to Wendy Cameron, and in ninth was Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering. 10th place to Kyle Harris, and 11th place honors went to Joe Garcia. Our 12th place pair of yearling ewes were exhibited by Boulder Creek, Tunis. And following along in the book on the first page of the pairs, it will read 6, 8, 4, 1, 11, 10, and 9. And our next page is 5 to 12, 3 and 7. In this class, Red Barn Farm, Jason and Marianne Loper of New York, is giving the added prize for the winning Tunis Senior Ewe Lamb. And Riverwood Farms, we have an award for you for the best pair of yearling ewes. And that has been donated by Gary's Tunis, Doug and Clint Gary from Atlanta, Illinois. Offered the added prize for the first place pair of yearling ewes, and again that goes to Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio.
In this fall ewe lamb class, starting the class with a ewe that's very nicely put together, a ewe that's got a lot of thickness down through that top. She's got a lot of hip in her, and it carries right on down through that lower leg. The ewe that I've got in second place, a ewe that's profiles very nicely. She's got a lot of extension up through the front end. She just gives way and doesn't have quite as much natural thickness out over that rump area or down through the lower leg as I have in my top placing ewe. Thank you.
And once again, Red Barn Farms is our sponsor for our senior ULAM class. That was won by Swartz and Tally Tunis of Hunt, New York with S&T 1901 and a daughter of Kayla Barkley 1113. The runner-up in that class went to Morning Star of Connecticut with ring 507 on Morning Star 6 and a daughter of RQL 1327. The next class will be the selection of our senior champion, Tunis U. That class-winning senior ewe lamb weighed 138 pounds, and that was from the Swartz and Tally flock. And that's the young lady out here to the judge's left side. We have Justine Swartz, and the runner-up in that class, the Morning Star ewe lamb weighed 110. Riverwood Farms from Powell, Ohio had that first and second place yearling ewes in Group 1. Also won the pair in that Gary Family Added Award. Our Group 2 class of yearling ewes was won by Kyle Harris from Ludlow, Massachusetts, and Josie Best with the runner-up in that group. And our first place slick-sheared yearling ewe came from the Darling Tunis flock of East Liberty, Ohio. And the runner-up in that group came from Jenna Loper of Red Barn Farm in New York. And then once again, Justine Swartz with our first place senior ewe lamb, and Morning Star with the second place fall ewe lamb.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for a great set of Tunis shoes here in the senior champion. I'm not gonna really talk about anything except I'm just gonna go up here to my far right, and this is gonna be our senior champion ewe. I just think that she profiles so nicely. There's not a hole in this sheep. You get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you. She's just a very nicely put together sheep. She will be your champion. For the reserve champion, it gets a little closer between our Class 2 yearling ewe and our second place of the Class 1 yearling ewe. Both of these ewes have got a lot of thickness in them. They've got good breed character about their head. They're standing on a good set of feet and legs. Today I'm going to go over and I'm going to use our second place Class 1 yearling ewe for our reserve senior champion. Thank you and congratulations. in this class of January lambs. Started the class with a kind of an extreme kind of a sheep that's got a lot of extension up through the front end. She's a little taller than a lot of the rest of them out here, but when you handle this sheep, she's got a lot of thickness down through her top. She's very long in that hind saddle, and I think she's got a very acceptable breed character about her head. The ewe that I've got in second place, another ewe that you have to appreciate for the extension that she's got up front, up through her front end, the levelness of top that she has, the thickness that she's got down through that lower leg, and the body capacity that she has. The ewe that I've got in third place that I switched from fourth, a ewe that she appears that she's not as thick a made kind of a sheep, but when you get your hands on her, she really does have a lot of top in her, and she's got a lot of thickness that carries right on down through that lower leg. The next ewe that I've got in fourth place, a ewe not quite as long as sighted ewe, not quite the extension up through the front end, a ewe that's very long in that hind saddle, but just not quite the body capacity that we've got in the top three ewes. The next ewe that we've got, another ewe not quite as long as sighted ewe is what I've got in my top ewes, not quite the overall mass that we've got in our top ewes, but another ewe that's a very complete made kind of a sheep. Thank you.
Don't forget to get these top three weighed. We need you over here at the scale. Here in our Group 1 January ewe lamb class, the winner earned a bonus prize from Barnes Farm, Tim Barnes, Tunis of Radnor, Ohio, who sponsored both the class-winning January Group 1 ewe lamb, and also the winner in this class is going to take home one of these extra prizes as well. This class, we got an update. This class, the added award is sponsored by the Northeast Tunis Association. Tim Barnes sponsored the last one. In this class, the Group 1 group was won by ring number 515 from Boulder Creek of Penobscot, Maine, with Clint Gary 489 and the daughter of Shambao 418. The winning ewe lamb weighed 162. The second place ewe lamb was bred by Brianna Taylor, Half Pint Farm. Ring 521 on Bruins Tunis 1501. That lamb weighed 124. In third place was a ewe lamb shown by Gregory Loper. Ring number 517 on Richard Shambo 478 and a daughter of Barnes Farm 5710. The third place ewe lamb weighed 136. And in fourth place was Kyle Harris, Harris Family Farm of Ludlow, Mass. On Harris 420 Sequoia. And she was a daughter of Woolmark 623, ring number 516. Ring number 522 was fifth from Brianna Taylor with Bruins Tunis 1502. And in sixth place honors, ring number 519 from Kyle Harris with Dakota Harris 421. And rounding out the class was a Swartz and Tally ewe lamb on Swartz and Tally 1903, ring number 520. And following along in the group, it will be 4, 1 at 162, 3 at 136, 6, 7, 5, 2 with a weight of 124.
In this second January ewe lamb class, I'm starting the class with a kind of an extreme lamb again, a lamb that's got a lot of extension up through the front end, but when you handle this lamb, she's got a lot of thickness too. She's just a taller appearing kind of sheep, but she still has a lot of thickness and a lot of length in that hind saddle. The ewe that I've got in second place, a ewe that's a very thick-made kind of a sheep that's very long from that 13th rib back. She's very square out over that rump with a lot of thickness down in that lower leg. The lamb that I've got in third place, she's a very nice appearing sheep. When you profile this ewe, she's got a lot of extension up through the front end. She just doesn't have quite the overall thickness that we've got in our ewe that we've got in second place above her. The next ewe, I've got another ewe, not quite the extension up through the front end as I've gotten my third place ewe, and not quite as the overall thickness down through that top or through that lower leg is what I've got in the ewes above them. The next ewe, I've got another ewe that's a very clean made kind of a sheep that's profiles very nicely but when you get your hands on her, she's just not quite as thick made kind of a sheep. Doesn't have quite as much top in her as what we've got in the ewes up above her. Thank you.
Our Group 2 January ewe lamb class that we just completed was won by Josie Best Tunis of Unity, New Hampshire on ring number 511 with Best 5122, sired by Best 3804. She weighed 152. Our second place ewe lamb in the class was ring 525 from Darling Tunis of East Liberty, Ohio on Darling 1501 and a daughter of Joker. She weighed 120. Third place honors went to Gregory Loper, ring number 523 with Red Barn Farm 1020, sired by Mom's Tunis 602. She weighed 132. The fourth place ewe lamb, Aaron Liu, was the exhibitor and breeder, ring number 561 with Busy Corner Farm 1087 and a daughter of Small Fry Farm continued 56. And in fifth place, we had ring 524 from Lisa Knight of Thompson, Connecticut, Morning Star on Triangle Farms 15144, sired by Shambo 373 Bow. Our sixth place ewe lamb was exhibited by Connor Priest of Ludlow, Massachusetts, ring number 512 on Harris 414. The seventh place ewe lamb from the Peter Priest Flock, ring number 514 with Harris 415. And our final ULAM in that group also went to Connor Priest with Harris 412 on Harris 152. And bringing down that class from top to bottom on that page was 3 with a weight of 132, 8, 6, 1 at 152, 7, 5, 2 at 120, and 4. This is our Group 1 February ULAM class. The lambs in here. The oldest was born February 2nd. The youngest was born on the 13th of February. As this was the National Tuna Show, we about had a wipeout over there on the east side of the ring. Had to have a little entertainment, and thank you, gentlemen, for a good job. Ooh, we got some red face, some anger here. I love it. This class winner is sponsored by Shady Brook Farm, Todd and Diane Briscoe of the Brookville, Ohio.
In this February ULAM class, starting the class with a very nicely balanced ewe, a ewe that's got some extension up to the front end, and when she blends in very nicely, that neck and shoulder area region, and then when you get your hands on her, she's very thick made out through that top and very square out over that rump. The ewe lamb that I've got in second place very closely follows the pattern of our first place ewe, a ewe that just maybe not quite as overall long-bodied ewe as what I've got in my top placing ewe, but another ewe that handles very similar to our first place ewe. The ewe that I've got in third place, another ewe, a very level-topped kind of a ewe that just gives up some of that total dimension out over that rump area, not quite as square out over that rump or as much thickness down through the lower leg as what I've got in my top two ewes. The next ewe I've got a big framey kind of a ewe that's got some thickness down at its top, a ewe that's just not tightly held together quite as tightly as my top 3 ewes. A ewe that's just starting to be kind of piecey. The ewe that I've got in 4th or 5th place, another ewe, a ewe not quite as long a sided ewe, not quite as big a frame kind of ewe as what I've got in my top 4 ewes, but another ewe that's a very complete made kind of a sheep. Thank you.
Good job with that class of ewe lambs. We'll weigh these and share that information back here with our audience. While we're working this Group 2 class of February ewe lambs, we're going to give you a little trivia question here. We're going to see if you can remember who some of the winners were in 2005. In our 2005 regional show that we had here, our national regional, Dave Cook was the judge. We're going to see, because there's some players around the ring here that might know these answers. And we're going to start out and see if anybody remembers who had the champion ram and the reserve champion ram, the champion ewe, the reserve champion ewe, and who won the Premier Breeder Award and Exhibitor. No, Mom's Tunis, not the wrong year. In 2005. What did you win, Wendy? Wendy Cameron had the champion ewe, Lathia Farms, one of our exhibitors. In 2005. I see some other winners around here in this ring too. Josie Bess, what are you waving your hand about? Josie Bess had the reserve champion ram. All right, we got another one. Justine remembered Swartz and Talley had the champion ram. Josie Best had reserve. Wendy Cameron had the champion ewe. And now we just need to figure out who had the reserve. Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering. Pretty darn good, all of you guys out here in this same class. Now, our premier exhibitor, we had one premier exhibitor, and somebody else was premier breeder. And Wendy Cameron, you were one of those, but do you remember which one it was you won? You won the Premier Breeder Award. I can't remember yesterday, so. And yes, we did have a correct answer. Our premier exhibitor that year in 2005 went to the 1.43 acres Joe and Joan Seavey flock. Tunis flock in 2005 was our premier exhibitor. In that Group 1 class of February ewe lambs, the first place lamb went to Riverwood Farms from Powell, Ohio, ring number 536. On Riverwood 6330, she weighed 132 pounds. The second place ewe lamb was exhibited by Swartz and Talley, Tunis, ring number 533 on Swartz and Talley 1905. That lamb weighed 127. In third place, in the twin sister to the first place ewe lamb was Riverwood Farm 6331, ring number 537, and she weighed 116. Our fourth place ewe in class came out of the Josie Best flock, ring number 527, and in fifth place was Lisa Knight, Morning Star Farm, ring number 532, on McCarty 1527. And in sixth place we had Kyle Harris, ring 534 on Harris 422 Spitfire. Seventh place to Aaron Liu, Busy Corner Farm, ring 535. And in eighth we had Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering, ring 531. And for those following along in our book here, the placings are as follows: 5, 2 at 127, 6, 4, 7, 8, 1 at 132, and on the next page, 3 with a weight of 116.
in this February ULAM class. Started the class with a very nicely balanced ewe, a ewe that's got some extension up through the front end. When she moves out very nicely on those feet and legs, and she's got some thickness down through that top. The ewe that I've got in second place, a ewe not quite as long a sided ewe as what I've got in my top placing ewe, a ewe that profiles very nicely with a lot of extension up through the front end, just tends to shorten up when you profile this ewe. The ewe that I've got in third place, another ewe, not quite the extension up through the front end that I've got in my top two ewes. Another ewe that is a very thick-made kind of a sheep that just not quite the overall length of body that I've got in my top two. The next ewe I've got a ewe not quite as heavy a made kind of a sheep, not kind of a deep bodied sheep is what I've got in the ewes above her, but another ewe that's a very complete package when you get your hands on her. The next ewe that I've got in fifth place, another ewe that you really have to like this sheep when you put her on a side view. She's a very pretty profiling sheep, just not quite enough of her today to compete with these four above her. Thank you.
Congratulations, Tunis exhibitors. A real nice Group 2 class of February ewe lambs. Good-looking group of lambs. We'll get them weighed, and then we're going to share that information as well. And our Group 2 class, the sponsor was the Northeast Tunis Sheep Association. We thank all of these folks for their sponsorships. And, of course, as we mentioned before, Shady Brook Farm, Todd and Diane Briscoe of Brookville, Ohio, gave away the sponsorship on the Group 1 February ewe lamb class. Now we just have one group of March ewe lambs before we hit the slick-sheared class. Going to share the results on that Group 2 February ewe lamb class at this time. Our first place ewe lamb was shown by Darling Tunis, Jim and Louise Dunham. Ring number 541 on Darling 1510. And she was a daughter of Joker and weighed in at 112 pounds. Our second place ewe lamb in the class was shown by Boulder Creek of Penobscot, Maine. Ring number 539 on Boulder Creek 1501. She was a Darling Outlaw daughter and weighed 118. The third place ewe lamb in the class came out of the Anna Charest flock of Brimfield, Massachusetts. Ring number 542 on Small Fry Farm continued 72. And that third place ewe lamb carried a weight of 120 pounds. And in fourth place was Swartz and Tally Tunis. Ring number 540 was Swartz and Tally 1909. The fifth place ewe lamb in the class on the next page was from the William Kearns flock, Windsong Farm of Harvard, Massachusetts. That was Windsong 177. And our sixth place ewe lamb was ring 545 from Wendy Cameron of Lathea Farm with Lathea 259. The seventh place ewe lamb was exhibited by Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering, ring number 530. In eighth place was James Cameron on Johnson Family 29. And rounding out the class was Anna Charest, ring number 544 on Small Fry Farm continued. From the top down on that page, the first page was 8, 2 with a weight of 118, 4, 7, 1 at 112, 6, 3 with a weight of 120, 5, and 9. Aaron Liu of Aaron Liu Shearing, who's also with the Busy Corner Farm, Border Leicesters and Dorsets, is the sponsor of our class that we have in the ring, our March ewe lamb class, sponsored by Aaron Liu Shearing. We welcome those of you folks that have stepped up here to the ringside. We're in our later stages of our National Tuna Show. The individual class judging is winding down, and we'll be soon doing some group competition here. So we are really happy to have you peek in here at our sheep show this afternoon in Mallory Arena. Up here behind the announcer's table, we do have flags, and it's got different breeds of sheep on them. And some of those breeds, 10 breeds showed last week. We have another dozen or so showing this week, and we're really happy and proud of the quality of animals that are here in the barn. Last week we had 820 entries of sheep. This week's numbers were 860 head entered here in our week 2 judging competition. Our judge again here this afternoon is Doris Powell from Rome, Pennsylvania. So we bring in sheep. We've got sheep from all over the United States in here competing for honors and prizes here today. While you're in our area, we encourage you to go down along the main aisle, which is right over there on the back side of the show ring. Take a look at some of the beautiful breed displays the people have put up. It promotes not only their breed of sheep, but their flock, and also the agriculture industry here in New England. So you'll learn a lot just by stepping down there. From time to time, we have goat milking demonstrations. We have sheep shearing demonstrations. Those are already completed for the day, but also tonight, later on here, following our sheep show, we're going to have a working dog demonstration, and it'll kick off in about an hour and a half or so, so we invite you to come back. The time is listed for 7 o'clock, but it won't be before we complete our sheep show, which is fairly close to schedule at this time. Also, while you're here, be sure and step in that wooden building right here behind our clerking station. That's the Fiber Nook, and we've got a nice lineup of products that you can look at in there. You can certainly buy some kits to make some things from wool and yarn, and if you'd like to buy some fleeces, they're on sale now as well.
In this March ewe lamb class, I'm starting the class with a ewe lamb that I feel is a very complete made kind of a sheep that's got some breed character about that head. She's got some thickness down through her top, and she stands very nicely on those feet and legs. The ewe lamb that I've got in second place, a more extreme kind of a sheep that's a little more extension up through the front end, just a little taller made kind of a sheep that doesn't have quite as much body capacity as what I've got in my top placing ewe, but a very complete made kind of a sheep. The ewe lamb that I've got in third place, another lamb, not quite as long a sided lamb, a lamb that doesn't profile quite as nicely as my first two lambs, but a lamb that's a very thick made kind of a sheep when you get your hands on her. The next lamb that I've got in fourth place, another lamb that's not quite as tall, not quite as fancy, a flashy a lamb, but when you get your hands on this lamb, she's a very thick made lamb. She's very long from that last rib back. The next lamb that I've got, another lamb, a lamb that's a little darker maybe in her color than what I'd really like to see today, but a lamb that's not quite as long as sided lamb as some of the lambs above her either, but a lamb that's got some thickness down through her top. Thank you.
Border Creek, Tunis is a sponsor of our slick-sheared ewe lamb class. We're certainly happy to have so many good sponsors here. Border Creek, Tunis is a sponsor of our slick-sheared ewe lamb class. Also, they sponsored that slick-sheared yearling ewe class as well. Now in the March ewe lamb class, our first place honors went to Brianna Taylor, Half Pint Farm, ring 555 on Bruins, Tunis, 1505. The winning lamb weighed 108. And in second place was Josie Best Tunis with best 5321. That was 546, the ring number, and she weighed 108. In third was an entry from Kyle Harris of Ludlow, Massachusetts with Harris Sugar 423, and she weighed 92. The fourth place ewe lamb was shown by James Cameron, ring number 553 with Johnson 30. And fifth place honors to the Anna Charest flock, Small Fry Farm Continued, ring 552. Ring 554 was sixth from the Wendy Cameron flock, and in seventh place, Kyle Harris, ring 548. And our final lamb was Schwartz and Tally's, ring number 550 with Darling 1520. And that class reads down 3 with a weight of 92, 7, 8, 5, 4, 6, and 2 at 108. And on the next page was 1, and she also weighed 108.
In this ewe lamb class, slick shorn ewe lamb class, I'm starting the class with a ewe that she wants to roach her top right now, but when she was walking, she was a very level topped kind of a ewe. I know that she doesn't like to show out here right now, but she's a very thick made kind of a sheep. She's very long from that last rib back, and she's got some natural thickness down through that lower leg. The ewe that I have in second place, a very long-sided ewe, a ewe that's just not as level out over that rump area, not quite as square out over that rump as what I've got in my top ewe, but a long-sided ewe. The ewe that I've got in third place, another ewe, not quite the extension up through the front end, just kind of more of a PC made kind of a sheep than a complete sheep, and we've got her in third place. Thank you.
All righty, we'll weigh these March lambs. That class was won by Aaron Liu with ring number 526. Our second place lamb went to Josie Best, and the class was rounded out by Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering on ring 558. Here's the weights on that slick-sheared class of ewe lambs. The first place lamb from Aaron Liu weighed 124. The second place lamb of Josie Best weighed 117, and our third place lamb weighed in at 110 from the Chickering flock. We want to recognize the sponsor of this class is Earthways Farm, Tom and Amy Crow of Osseo, Michigan, for the first place pair of Tunis ewe lambs. Exhibitors, be sure and hold your placings here. We will be coming through the line. We don't want anybody to miss your premiums. We do need to get the tags read and all our placings recorded here. And alrighty, Doris says it's official. So now just patiently hold your placings. In our pair of ewe lamb class, it's just exiting the ring. Our first place honors went to Riverwood Farms of Ohio. Second place honors went to the Brianna Taylor flock. Third place was a pair from Swartz and Talley, Tunis in New York. And in fourth place was Gregory Loper, Red Barn Farm in New York. Fifth place was shown by Josie Best, and our sixth place pair was an entry from Connor Priest. The seventh place ewe lamb pair was shown by Darling Tunis, and in eighth place went to Lisa Knight. Ninth place honors were won by Anna Charest, and in 10th place was Aaron Liu. 11th place honors to the Wendy Cameron Lathea flock, and in 12th place was Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering. 13th place went to Boulder Creek, and 14th place the Kyle Harris flock, and rounding out the class was James Cameron. And following the book, we're going to read that first page. Top down was 5, 15, 11, 9, 7, 1, and 14. The next page was 12, 8, 4, 10, 6, 13, 3, and on the last page was 2. And we want to recognize Earthways Farm, Tom and Amy Crow of Osseo, Michigan, who donated the added prize for the first place pair of ewe lambs. Competing for our junior champion ewe honors that we have here today, that will then go on to compete with our senior champions for the national grand champion ewe. We'll start at the right hand side of the judges lineup. We have Boulder Creek with the first place ewe lamb in group 1. Right to the east of her was the second place lamb from Brianna Taylor. Our group 2 class winner was from the Josie Best flock of New Hampshire, and the runner-up in it was an entry from Darling Tunis. Our February ewe lamb Group 1 class, Riverwood Farms placed first, and second place went to Swartz and Talley. Our Group 2 February ewe lamb class winner was shown by Darling Tunis, and Boulder Creek Tunis was second in that class. And in our March ewe lamb class, first place was an entry from the Brianna Taylor flock. And the runner-up on that class was an entry from Josie Best. And our slick shearers, we had Aaron Lou win first and Josie Best second.
Once again, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for a nice set of females this afternoon. I've pretty much talked about all these sheep in class today, and so now I'm just going to say that I'm going to use this, I believe it's a late February class for our junior champion U. She's going to be our junior champion U. And then I'm going to go up and I'm going to use my late January U for my reserve champion. Thank you.
Congratulations to Darling Tunis of Ohio with their junior champion U, and Josie Best with the reserve junior champion honors. The Grand Champion U winner in this class is going to win an added award donated by Small Fry Farm Continued, Anna Charest of Brimfield, Massachusetts. The Reserve Grand Champion U is going to receive a banner donated by the Ladies of Tunis. And a trophy is also donated by Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio, for the Reserve Grand Champion Tunis U. And the Grand Champion U also gets a banner from Windsong Farm from Massachusetts.
Once again, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for a nice set of sheep that they brought out here today. I've pretty much talked about these sheep in class, and without much further ado, I'm just going to go up here and I'm going to use this yearling ewe for our champion ewe today, our national champion ewe. I just really think that she's a real complete package. She's got a lot of nice breed character about her. She's a level-topped ewe. She's just a very complete-made kind of a sheep. For the reserve champion, I'm going to follow because I think the yearling ewe class was a very strong class. I'm going to follow with our reserve senior champion ewe for our reserve overall champion ewe. Congratulations to you all.
Congratulations to Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio, on that wonderful pair of yearling ewes. And Tunis breeders, don't forget your scheduled pizza party that you're going to have here after this show, so. We're going to recognize our first place winners here, picking a junior show champion U. The first place yearling U, Group 1, is Gregory Loper. Kyle Harris had our first place Group 2 yearling U, and Jenna Loper with the first place slick-sheared yearling U. There were no fall ewe lambs entered in the junior show, and our next class in the January category went to Brianna Taylor, Half Pint Farm. And in our January Group 2 ewe lambs, Greg Loper had the winning lamb. Our February Group 1 class went to Kyle Harris. And our Group 2 February ewe lambs went to Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering. The March ewe lamb class, we just had one class, and it was won by Brianna Taylor. And then, of course, in our slick-sheared ewe lamb class, it went to Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering.
Once again, let's give these young people a round of applause for a super junior show. So I pretty much, like I say, have talked about all these sheep in class. I'm just going to go out and I'm going to pick my champion ewe of the junior show, and then I'll go back and pick my reserve. Thank you.
Yeah. Kyle Harris wins the champion ewe in the junior show. and Brianna Taylor with the reserve Champion U. Those of you folks that are coming in here for our working dog demonstration, you're going to be here for a treat. It's well worth the wait and certainly a wonderful thing to witness. The show is just outstanding. But we do follow it with the completion of the sheep show. We have a national show ongoing here in our ring at this time, so we're estimating the working dog demonstration will probably be closer to 7:30. But it won't be before that, so if you want to take a look at some of the other things we have here in Mallory Arena, we're really happy to have you in here watching our sheep show today and the working dog demonstration. It's just part of our industry. It's an extension of what we do in raising sheep, and the performance is outstanding and very well narrated, so you'll definitely want to come back in a few minutes if you can't wait with us now. We're glad to have you here anyway. So what you are witnessing here is the Tunis breed of sheep. It's a moderate sized breed of sheep. You'll notice their uniqueness with their red heads and red legs. They came from Tunisia in Africa and were first imported into the United States in 1799 and have been a registered breed here since the late 1800s in the United States. And we celebrated their 200th anniversary not too many years ago here at the Big E. Swartz and Tally with our best-headed ewe, Justine Swartz. That's good Jerry Taylor right there. That's giving us room to line up our class placings right there. We do have 11 flocks. That's 55 head. That's half of the sheep that showed today. This afternoon will be out here in the ring. The class that we're judging is the exhibitor's flock, and what this consists of, a ram of any age that was shown today in any of the different classes, 2 yearling ewes and 2 ewe lambs also from any of the classes that were exhibited here today. So we put them all together, and this is a flock. This is a flock of sheep, 5 head. This is our exhibitor's flock. They did not have to raise all of these animals, just owned them. And we're going to have another class right after this, and that is for our breeder's flock. And in that category, all 5 head must be owned and shown, bred, owned, and shown by the exhibitor. So there will be only 4 groups in this next class. Now we have some special awards here in this as well. The exhibitors class bonus award comes from the Ross Traver Farm. David and Marianne Turchek of Vernon, Pennsylvania is giving the added prize here for our exhibitors flock winner. Next, we'll begin lining up the breeders' flocks. And if you have any changes, pull your animals off to the side so we can reevaluate the group that you have. We're looking for the strength of the ram and the overall quality of the 4 ewes that go with him. And that's what this competition's all about. It's a group competition, not just 1 or 2 individuals, but the sum total of the parts is how we're judging this class. We welcome those of you that are coming in here for our working dog demonstration. It's always a real exciting event that we have here at Mallory Arena. Well attended, very well presented, and we're glad to have you here. It will follow our sheep show. We are winding down, but we're enjoying one of our biggest breed shows here of the sheep competition at the Big E. We showed 800 head of sheep last week. We're in the process of showing 800 more this week. This particular breed had 114 head that showed here this afternoon, following a breed that had about 112 this morning. So anyway, a full day's activities were probably about 20 or 30 minutes. From 30 minutes, we're estimating close to 7:30 when we kick off the working dog demonstration. We have a few more group classes and things to finish the national show, but you won't miss it if you're not back here by 7:30. You'll be fine. In our breeders' flock competition, the first place flock from Josie Best wins the Cass Hollow Tunis Shambo family of Wisconsin added award for the breeders' flock from the Cass Hollow flock, and that went to Best Tunis. Lathea Farm of Massachusetts placed second, Anna Charest third, and Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering had our fourth place breeders' flock. Tunis exhibitors, at this time we want you to line up your entries in the Get a Sire class. A ram any age, use any age, but you have to have both sexes represented in this group, and all four must be sired by the same ram, so double check your tags. Make sure you bring the right animals. Those of you keeping track of our placings here, the exhibitors flock was won by Riverwood Farms from Powell, Ohio. The second place flock was an entry from Brianna Taylor of Shirley, Massachusetts. In third place was Josie Best of Unity, New Hampshire, and our fourth place flock went to the Schwartzentally group from New York. Our fifth place exhibitors flock was shown by Gregory Loper of New York, and sixth place honors to Wendy Cameron, Lathea Farms of Massachusetts. Seventh place to Connor Priest of Massachusetts, and in eighth place was a group from Anna Charest, Small Fry Farm, continued. Ninth place honors went to Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering, 10th to Kyle Harris, and our final group went to Boulder Creek of Maine. And those of you following along in the book, it reads down 3, 6, 8, 1, 10, 9, and 5. And on the next page, it's 7, 11, 4, and 2. And our breeders' flock, that will read down 1, 2, 3, and 4. Tunis exhibitors, don't forget to come over to the Nesta booth right after the show. We'll have pizza for all the exhibitors. So pizza will be served for all the exhibitors over at the Nesta booth area here once we complete our show. Our breeders flock, again, the Cass Hollow Tunis program was the one that donated the added bonus to that, and Ross Straver Farm of Pennsylvania donated the exhibitors flock bonus award. And Darling Tunis of East Liberty, Ohio is the proud sponsor of our winning Get a Sire group right now. Darling Tunis is the sponsor of this group. exhibitors that are thinking who won the Premier Exhibitor and Breeder Awards, we're going to take a couple extra minutes. The point tallies are so close, it is unbelievable. So we want to make darn sure that we have it calculated and right before we present our Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Awards. Hold your placings till our staff has had a chance to make sure we got the correct numbers, ear tags of the right sheep, and then we're ready to pick our best-headed ewe. For the best-headed ewe, the Premier Exhibitor and Breeder will be announced shortly thereafter, so they are still listening. Here is the Get a Sire class winners. First place went to Josie Best of New Hampshire. The second place honors were won by Swartz and Talley. Our third place Get of Sire went to Anna Charest, and in fourth place Kyle Harris. Connor Priest with the fifth place Get of Sire, and in sixth was Wendy Cameron. Seventh place honors were won by Boulder Creek. Eighth place was a group from Lisa Knight, and our final group went to the Jeremy Yoakum's Chickering flock. Tunis breeders, we are ready to announce our Premier Exhibitor and Breeder Awards. But before we do so, I think we need to give that judge today that worked her tail off doing 2 huge breeds a nice round of applause, a nice recognition on a job well done. That was a long day. Started at 8 a.m. this morning, and we're just wrapping up now. We need a representative from the Josie Best flock to the ring, please. Representative from the Josie Best flock. And Josie Best, on behalf of the Eastern States Exposition, you have won both the Premier Exhibitor and Breeder Awards. Let's give them a nice round of applause. The breeder was in a 3-way tie, but there are groups and whatnot ways that break those ties. And the Premier Exhibitor, we had 2 or 3 within a point. So congratulations, you got her done.